¿Puedo dejar afuera o adentro? Está bien. Claro, está bien. Yeah, sorry. Vamos. Hoje é 29, né? 39 hoje, né? 29.
Illegal!
Não, pô, é da hora. E olha que a primeira edição que eu joguei, que foi em 2021, era outro lugar, já era um lugar da hora, mas que eu achei ainda mais bonito. Bom. Mas os torneios por exemplo estão chegando lá, tá chegando. Já é legal pro palco, eu acho. Ter um destaque. Nossa, sim. Você motivar na banda. O bom é que como eu vou transmitir, eu vou jogar todas no palco. Por isso, então. Eu não corro risco de cair no palco. Eu não corro risco de cair no palco. O cara tá lá em último, né? Mesa 50, assim, no palco. Não, mas é, pô, esse torneio é legal, né? Bem organizado. E aí, muito ansioso? Não, tô bem tranquilo, velho. Eu tô mais na verdade mesmo. O cara, quando eu entrei, eu falei, ansiedade boa, né? Sim. Tipo, olha só, você tá não, eu acho que é diferente quando você vai jogar no Brasil. Não sei como você viu, mas, pô, é uma coisa meio, não é totalmente profissional você ver aqui, né? Eu acho que quando é assim nos torneios, você dá uma animada de jogar seu melhor, assim, porque... fora de você também tá no Brasil, faz muita diferença, não tá indo jogar fora, tudo. Mas sente que tá fazendo parte do espetáculo, assim, né? Você, pô, quero jogar bem. O Natan não jogou ainda não?
Ese ordenador es para esa cámara, ¿vale? Está así boca abajo, está todo minimizado, yo lo he comprobado y es simplemente para transmitir el vídeo de esa cámara.
Talvez. Talvez bueno, el árbitro que va a estar aquí arriba. Hoy fue un poco más corrido, pero para mañana voy a empezar en mis redes sociales, que ya avisé, pero si sale bien la primera live, creo que viene más gente para acompañar los otros días. Para acompañar online. ¿Todos los talleres están transmitidos? Sí, todo igual. Comparando com as outras vezes que eu já joguei treinando na Europa, eu tô menos ansioso que o normal. Eu tenho um cara muito mais forte, tipo, quando eu enfrentei o Tai, assim, eu vi como é que é, tipo, depois você vai me perdendo um pouco aquela incerteza, entendeu? Tipo, cara, como é que esse cara joga? Na Olimpíada eu fui nesse absurdo, sabe? Também. Não, os caras são bons, mas normal, erram muito bem, né? Depois da Olimpíada eu também fiquei com essa conclusão. Os caras são bons, os dois mestres são muito bons. Todo mundo joga preparado, geralmente. Xadrez, isso é uma coisa muito curiosa, porque quando você vai enfrentar um pessoal de menos gente no Brasil, não é bem assim. Não, tem que ter algumas lacunas evidentes ali, né? O pessoal tem que conhecer outras coisas. Não, e aqui, mas tem outras qualidades. Que o outro, por exemplo, de lutar muito, de ter recurso, mas... Até talvez um pouco mais, alguns aspectos mais de jogo, mas... Sim, é que aqui esse tipo de bonitinho, né? Porque uma rodada por dia, você tem que preparar.
Nossa, nunca é diferente, assim. Não é o dia que eu tô esperando mudar o vai behind, não tá preocupado, não. Já vai preparar o dia que
Sim.
acaba sendo bom pra preparar e tudo, né?
Nos Estados Unidos já é.
I know. You've got the toilet right behind. Yeah, you're all the way.
Esporte. Na Europa é ciência, o xadrez. Tipo, é ciência. Torneio de uma rodada por dia, tem tempo de preparar.
Tu bota a toilet right behind, é isso? I don't make it look to the other guys.
Banho esse aqui.
Yeah. Right here.
Tipo, aqui é bem assim, né? Se você tem agulha, pode pegar. Aproveita. Eu trouxe a minha de casa. Sim, tem que aproveitar.
The border down.
University of Samboy, first president of Farcal, with Antonia Barragán, regidora de sports of Samboy de Llobregat, and César Tobar, who is promoting the sports in Samboy de Llobregat. It's a very big pleasure to have this level of tournament one more year. It's very important for us to tell you that without the players we don't have chess, so you are every year welcome to come and play in our tournament. Last year we were the best tournament in Spain, so this year we are having the pleasure to have all the balls in broadcast, and also we have 10 cameras here on the scenario, so you will be go and become chess players, strong chess players, and also TV stars. Lo voy a decir en español para que les asistemos. Muy bienvenidos a todos, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí presentes en este torneo. Cuento con María Valencia, que es la primera teniente de alcaldía de Samboy de Llobregat, con Antonia Barragán, regidora de deportes de Samboy de Llobregat, y con César Tobar, de promoción deportiva de Llobregat. Además, I'm so sorry for that, we have Javier Avance as a player. Javier Avance Javier Avance ha salido campeón mundial de menores de 16 años hace unos pocos días en un torneo en Brasil, que es una plaza muy difícil para ganar, y le damos por supuesto la bienvenida. Voy a pedir por favor un gran Comentaba que el año pasado hemos tenido el récord de ser el mejor torneo de España, y que este año, por suerte, tras un gran esfuerzo de producción, estamos retransmitiendo todas las partidas del torneo, y aquí sobre el escenario tenemos más de 10 cámaras, por lo cual, además de fuertes jugadores de ajedrez, ustedes se transformarán en estrellas de televisión. Ahora sí le voy a pedir, por favor, voy a dar las especificaciones técnicas, y luego le pediré a María Valencia que nos dé las palabras de bienvenida en nombre de Samboy. Las especificaciones técnicas. Los jugadores que están aquí sobre el escenario tienen los lavabos detrás, y los jugadores que están sobre la platea tienen los lavabos en la parte inferior. So you have players who are playing in the background, they are not able to come here to the scene. Cada jugador tiene su sector y su toilet. Please, about the bottles, we are kindly asking you to have the bottles on the floor. Por favor, las botellas que no estén sobre la mesa para evitar algún tipo de problemas con los tableros. Esto es todo, y ahora sí, María Valencia les va a dar la bienvenida. Gracias a todos.
Buenas tardes a todas y a todos. La verdad es que para nosotros es un orgullo poder estar aquí con todas y con todos vosotros.
Okay, welcome everybody. For us it's a pride to have all of you playing here.
Hablo en nombre de nuestro ayuntamiento, de nuestra alcaldesa, de mis compañeros regidores. Cuando os digo que para la ciudad de Samboy poder acoger un torneo, y como muy bien apuntabas, ¿no?, reconocido como el torneo más importante de ajedrez en España.
Okay, for us it's a pleasure to have me here in Samboy. I'm talking in the name of all my partners and colleagues. For us it's a pleasure to have the strongest tournament in Spain to held last year.
Para nosotros es un orgullo el poder también incorporar el ajedrez con todo lo que el ajedrez implica como deporte en el desarrollo personal, vital, en el desarrollo también intelectual, también incluso académico, que tenemos escuelas en la ciudad que practican el ajedrez como actividad. Y para nosotros realmente el valor y la relevancia que tiene el ajedrez es algo muy importante para nuestra ciudad.
For us it's a pleasure to have chess as not only the activity that we have on the community, but we think that chess is very important for the personal development, for thinking, for planning, and we are also having at chess schools here. We are running a lot of lectures in the schools, so we are thinking that you are very welcome to have this opportunity. Thank you.
El Open Chess está muy instaurado también en este edificio, es un edificio emblemático de nuestra ciudad, Can Masellera. Se produce gracias a la colaboración y al trabajo de Llobregat, a quien tenemos allí a sus representantes, a quien hemos de agradecer también la decisión y la apuesta compartida por nuestro ayuntamiento de realizar un evento de esas características en nuestra ciudad.
We are very grateful for having the tournament in this emblematic building, which is in Can Masellera, which supports sports, and you are very. We want to be very grateful with the Llobregat organization who are here for making this open every year, and we will support you.
Simplemente invitaros también a conocer nuestra ciudad. Va a coincidir el evento con la Feria de la Purísima, un evento muy importante en nuestra ciudad, y estáis invitados, invitadas, y podéis participar. Realmente Samoy es un espacio interesante para conocer, y además el tener aquí en nuestra ciudad más de 200 jugadores de ajedrez representando a 45 países, solo puede ser también un motivo de acogeros y de incorporaros dentro de nuestra dinámica de ciudad.
We are also inviting you to know the city, to be here. We are having in this week the party of Feria Purísima. If you have free time, you are very able to visit and enjoy it. And this is a part of the traditions of the culture of Zamora.
Felicitar al campeón del mundo en sub-16 y desearos muchísima suerte en este gran evento, y adelante por parte nuestra, estamos a vuestro servicio. Mucha fuerza y muchísima suerte para estos días.
Congratulations to Javier Abad, the world champion under 16. Good luck in the tournament, and we are here for receiving you. If you have any doubts or you want to contact the authorities, they are to your disposition. Thank you. 16:17, damos comienzo al torneo. Pueden comenzar. Gracias.
Go Anna-Maja. Smile.
Illegal!
Anna-Maja hate Anna-Maja love Anna-Maja hype 1 Anna-Maja wave Anna-Maja hype Anna-Maja cute Anna-Majag.
Okay, let's try this. Hello, guys. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Hola, buenas tardes. That's all the Spanish I know. Welcome to the coverage of this tournament in Llobregat, Barcelona. Round 1. We're playing against Colombian IM, I believe. Thank you, Stockfish and Linus Bricky and Flavules for the confirmation, because I have it stream muted. And Screws, who hasn't yet gone to sleep, to catch the tournaments that start in a European morning, that are in Asia. Hello, Deb Knight. Welcome. So yeah, about this F4, people were asking like why would White play F4? I think she wants to control the E5 break, which makes sense because Black wants to play E5 to liberate the light square bishop. But it looks a bit strange, right? I mean, you played bishop E3 and then you played F4. I mean, this is it does kind of look like a bird opening, but the bishop usually on the bird goes to the B2 square. So it's like a bird where you have a strange bishop on E3. That is probably not so good. So yeah, it looks a bit weird, but one thing is certain, as Cruz is saying, that he obviously didn't expect. And I've been following the game from the start, and the thing is, I think it's quite obvious that he had looked. I mean, he's a time enough player. He has tons of time enough games. It looks like his main opening, and it was quite obvious that he had seen the game with the G4 line, because he changed his move order to avoid this line, or at least, tried to kind of confuse Anna. And then Anna went for this line with taking on C6, which, I mean, taking on C6 is always a good move in the time enough. It's not like it's wins or anything, but usually White is not worse after taking there. And then we had this position. Now Anna had a pawn on E5, which he chose to trade off, which maybe was a bit too, I don't know. I didn't really like E takes D6 because I thought this only helps Black develop. But yeah, the computer is saying that this position is about equal, so not too much to worry about. It's just a bit weird, like this central pawns are coming down the board, which makes me understand the move F4, because imagine if White castled instead of playing F4, then you always have to worry about E5 and then some F6 or even F5. And it's really uncomfortable to play against all these central pawns coming. So F4 at least stops that plan. And it looks like it also stopped his instant moves. He's been thinking for some time now. Looks like he's about to play a move. So Anna swiftly returns back to the board. It's also good that we have the line on the end of the turn. Okay, Black castle. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's thinking more like about plans, like where to put the pieces, basically. That is what Black has to figure out. When is my next OTB? Are we signing? Probably next year. So yeah, thank you very much, player, for the first
Anna-Maja hate
bits.
Anna-Maja stroop waffle Anna-Maja
Thank you so
smile.
much. Yeah, that's like 1 month. But yeah, we'll see. I might play something in January, maybe. But you know now, like I'm above 2,000, so I have to keep it. I can't lose rating because then there might be like tournaments in the summer that I want to play, and there'll be like 2,000 plus. So I have to keep the rating. Okay, so Anna Castle's short as well. As expected, castling long would be very, very risky here for white, of course. The open BNC files are basically where black will play anyway, I think, even without the king being there. It looks solid so far for us. Like we have kind of prevented central expansion from black. If black wants to play e5, he will end up with an isolated pawn, which is not very good. In fact, if black now plays e5, there is a tactic. Who can spot the tactic? Why does e5? I mean, it's also positionally a bad move because, as I said, it leaves you with an isolated pawn on d5. But it also loses pawn, I believe, to a nice tactic right now. So black will probably play something like queen c7 or something like that. Yeah, maybe rook b8. Trying to use this open semi-open files on the queen side. Yeah, the Champions League game. I mean, that was kind of lucky with the saved penalty, to be fair. Although I heard some rumor. I don't know if it was true. I heard like an article in some Greek newspaper. Usually, most of the times they're not true. But apparently, like some of the Madrid players were having like a beef with each other. e5, queen h5, but then e4. So you have to be a bit more precise there. The idea is correct, but after queen h5, yeah, black will play e4, and then you have to move back with the bishop. So what else can you do after e5? Yeah, black can also Hello, Chris Random. You thought Anna-Maja was a bit higher rated than this. She is, yes. Her rating is like 2,200 and something, but that has not been updated yet because rating updates every month. So that's good for her because she can play this tournament with a low rating and far more rating points. So yeah, her live rating I think is like 2,200 something, 4 or something like that. Yeah. So people are either not awake or not interested. But after e5, so white wins with f takes e5, bishop takes e5, and then bishop takes h7 check. So that was at least, yeah. Okay, as Bangi, I don't know how to pronounce that. Bangi A is saying, yes, bishop takes h7, king takes h7, queen h5. and you fork the bishop and the king. So white will take back with the queen on e5, and we're up a pawn, and we also have the open h file to attack the king, so that position is practically winning. The d5 pawn is also very weak. You can play like rook d1, you can play like rook f3, rook h3. It's just winning for white. So black can play e5 right now. Hello, just Rib. Where is this fellow falling asleep? I'm sorry if my voice sounds a bit tired. I woke up early today. That's my excuse. But yeah, hello. This is so similar to the bird. Yeah, it would be nice to have the bird, the bishop, though, on a long diagonal. Chaos likes to do this thing with bishop b2 and then put the rook on f3, rook f3, rook g3. That's like 80% of Chaos games. He does this maneuver, and the opponents fall for it and blunder the pawn on g7 or something. But the bishop on e3 is a bit trickier. You could still play bishop d4 at some point maybe, and try to work on this angle, but there's always f6 from Mesazimian. Oh, hello, Mr. Scrooge. Okay. I will. Okay. Why am I behind? Okay, now I'm not behind. Yeah, so a5, I guess the idea is to play bishop a6 and trade off the bishop on d3 because that looks quite a strong piece. So yeah, so a5, yeah, makes sense. Also, when you have like an isolated pawn in the edge like that, you often want to push it. So black might even want to play like a4, a3, try to make use of that pawn somehow. Or trade it would always be a good outcome for black. No, unfortunately. So how do we respond to this move? Now, the obvious move here for white is to play queen to e2 to prevent bishop a6. That's probably what I would do. Like, it also develops the queen, connects the rooks. Queen is not in any danger there. So yeah, I like queen e2. What else? Another idea could be to play something like c3 to once for bishop a6 with bishop b1 or bishop c2. That could also be interesting. Actually, c3, now that I reconsider the position again, I like better. Because c3 also prevents a future d4 push, kind of strengthens the d4 square. We might want to put a bishop there in the future. And also, wait. After, yeah, I'm a bit stupid. Bishop a6, bishop c2, it just takes the rook. So c3, yes. c3, bishop a6, that's the problem. Then you'd have to take. So I guess, yeah, we have to play queen e2 first. But this kind of maneuver with bishop c2 and queen up, even queen h5, would be interesting. Bishop d4 could be played, yeah. Kind of looking at the king. You might have some tactics there, actually. Like, there is the famous game with a bird opening. That is Emmanuel Bauer. Or was it Edward? I don't. I'm gonna assume it was Emanuel Lasker, but it was this game with the double bishop sacrifice. So yeah, you could play something like this. Yeah, bishop d4, and if white plays bishop a6, there could be something like bishop takes h7, king takes h7, queen h5, king g8, and then bishop takes g7, and that's the famous pattern. And then you play rook f3 and you checkmate. So this is actually a very possible idea. Actually, yeah, bishop d4 is not a bad move. It looks interesting. Because, for the moment we are defending the f4 pawn. And does black really want to play f6? I'm not so sure about that. Like, f6 does weaken the e6 pawn. Yeah. Lasker versus Bauer, exactly. That's what I was saying. So yeah, this bishop d4 makes a lot of sense. I like this move, yeah. Rook f3. Rook f3 also is an idea. It might be a little bit too slow because you're not really attacking the g7 pawn yet. So yeah, black might have time to play e5, as Rent is saying. So rook f3, e5, then you have some bishop g4 ideas for black. So bishop d4 is a good candidate move, I think. So I might play that. There is the more conservative queen e2. And there's also, okay, so he goes for it. Bishop d4, nice. So chaos. This definitely has some bird vibes now, especially now that the bishop is on the long diagonal. This is practically a bird. So now black has to calculate what happens after all these sacrifices, right? Do they work? Do they not? There's this queen coming to h5 is very, very dangerous. Suddenly. And these bishops are looking at black's king like how to say, like I don't know what's a good simile there. Hello, Christopher. Welcome. Who might I be? I am Akshat or Kit or whatever they call me these days. But you probably have seen me in chat. I'll put an emote in chat. Yeah, this looks nice. This position is good. I like it. C is just over now. The opponent is on an hour and 6 minutes or so. And yeah, doing well. I would be scared here as black. Like, you have to calculate all these sacks. Okay, he is reaching for a move, maybe. She's threatening to play the Greek gift, indeed. You always have to calculate this bishop h7, king h7, queen h5, king g8, and rook f3. And you also have to calculate what happens if you sacrifice both bishops. So it's often very hard to calculate, but I mean, if black wants to follow up on his plan and play bishop a6, which I assume is what black will want to do, then we might have enough time to go for bishop h7 and play in the style of Lasker. Yeah, you can see he's a bit. He's definitely calculating here. Now, does Black want to play something like G6 and stop these ideas of the sacks? He might need to. And then you just trade. You just try to trade all the bishops and play against the B and C pawns, maybe in an endgame or something. Wow, the 70 stream streak, crazy. Can you read YouTube comments as well? Hello, YouTube chat. Hello, Vision Shug. Queen e5, threatening bishop c5 and e5 might make some sense. Not queen e5, sorry, what was I reading? Queen e7. Yeah. But again, you have to calculate all these sacks there. Do they work? Do they not? Like queen e7, I take on h7. What happened? You have to calculate very deeply there. White might also just have perpetual check for bishop h7. So weird to have a game where I'm quite familiar with some ideas. I mean, it does very much resemble a bird opening after this f4 move. G6 then queen e2. Yeah, I'm also starting to suspect that Black will play G6 here. And then queen e2 makes some sense to control the e5 post and the a6 post. So you could argue that we forced him to make a concession, right, with G6, which you could later use to attack maybe with some H4, H5, maybe in the very far future. Black's chances here lie in the endgame mostly, and in the queen side. If Black is to win this game, it probably has to trade down to some kind of endgame and play against the B and C pawns and somehow win them. So, yeah, it's definitely an interesting battle ahead of us, as both players are about approximately on equal time right now. Yeah, optically, White looks better. Like, if this position was Blitz, I think I would prefer White a lot. But in classical chess, the endgame advantage is always a thing. Yeah, as Voidhead is saying, Black's plan is to kind of trade stuff away and then try to push the pawns on the center in the endgame, something like. Technically, if you play f6 and e5, you create a passed pawn already. So that is very good. Is the double bishop sack even sound? I have no clue. You just have to calculate it. I don't know. I'm just saying that you just have to calculate such things. Can Black not give up the queen to stop mate? Isn't that what Bauer tried and he lost? I don't know. I mean, White can always like move the queen around somehow. Like if you play Yeah, you don't even need to sacrifice. Actually, yeah, if black takes, you can just go like queen g4, and then there is a perpetual, right? I mean, imagine like bishop a6, bishop h7, king h7, queen h5, king g8, bishop g7. And then what do you want to play? Like, if you take on g7, then I have at least perpetual check with queen g4. And if you want to play, I think the move in the last game was like f5. Yeah, maybe that has to be calculated. I don't know. That was one of the first games I read about in a book. There was like a book with a lot of positional things. And you know, there wasn't like an annotated game. I think it if I remember correctly, after bishop takes g7, the variations were like king takes g7, f6, and f5. And I think he played f5, and he lost to some checkmate. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe he took on g7. It's been a long time. Oh, f6 is okay. Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, with the black king so open, there's always going to be some kind of draw, right? I mean, there's probably going to be some kind of perpetual down the line. So, yeah. It's a tough decision for black, right? Also, because, you know, you make one move, and then your opponent has a forced line. Right. Right, true. Yeah. So I guess he took. No, he took the queen. Yeah. He took the queen, and then he played this queen d7, and he was like up a queen for a rook and bishop, but then he was winning some extra pawns or something, and it was completely winning. Right. Thank you. Yeah, here the bishop is not there, so it might be, you know, it might be equal instead of winning. Might change. Do you rook f3 before you move the queen? No, you move the queen with tempo, so that's you when you play rook f3, your queen already has to be on h5 or g4, probably h5. So if you play rook f3 before, then that's like blocking your queen h4. It might be a good idea, stopping any queen h5. With the idea of e5. Okay. Now what happens if I play... Wait, you're also threatening the pawn though. Yeah, queen e2 probably. Can black take on f4 though? Illegal! Imagine if it's actually black who is sacrificing in the end. Wow, thank you, Starfish, for the gift sub to 1800 strength, also known as cabbage. 451 subs, wow. Wow, man. Yeah, so this queen h4 makes some sense, maybe. Because queen h4, queen e2, there might be bishop takes f4, and on g3 you just take on g3 and take on d4. Although maybe white has some bishop h7 intermediate somewhere. This position is very tactical. Like, even with a queen on h4, there might be some kind of move. Queen h4. I was thinking maybe queen f3, and then on e5 you just take on d5 maybe, and you attack the rook. This might blunder some like checkmate or something. I don't know. But yeah, queen f3 makes some sense maybe. Although it's not really where you want your queen to be fair. Like you probably want your queen h5. So maybe it could be a better move. Because the thing is, after queen h4 and let's say my first instinct was c3, but then maybe black can just take on f4 again. With all these central pawns for black. I mean, to be fair, if we had straight queens, we'd rather do it in a way that develops our pieces, right? And then we play like f5, controlling the a5 square. That might be a good idea. 21. It would be hard for Anna to find such a move. Trading the queens. Queen h4. Queen f3, not rook f3. That's what I said. Oh, but yeah, rook f3 could also be... Rook f3, e5? What do you play there? Rook f3 is always interesting. Because with the queen and h4, there's always this bishop check and then rook h3, but I think e5 and we're just a little bit too slow.
Illegal!
Stockface, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. To hear a lot of illegals, which I can't hear because I'm muted.
Illegal!
You guys will get to our favorite streamer.
Illegal!
Lots of illegals, exactly.
Illegal!
Bro said like something like, I'm not even here that much. Like imagine if he was. There would be no unsought people in chat.
Illegal!
Eagles. Right.
Illegal! Illegal!
Yeah, we've got a fun position here to calculate. Let's see. Voidhead 23 says e5, g3, queen g4,
illegal,
and then knight. What? I guess bishop takes. That's what he meant. Okay.
illegal.
Well, I have the board here, but I think that doesn't win a pawn because you can just take and then play queen d4 check and then win back the pawn, very least.
Illegal.
And then your g3 looks a bit awkward. Also, there's bishop g4.
Illegal.
Illegal because Anna's playing a sick bird. Yeah. Very nice.
Illegal.
Considering thousands, it's hard to say who's better here. Yeah, the thing is, there's always this crazy sacrifices that white can do. So I'm not surprised that the computer gives zeros here.
Illegal.
Last time I checked it did. Don't. Oh, my analysis is gone. Beautiful. You don't check the answer for 2 months, then your analysis will just gets deleted. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the evaluation is like 0, 0, 0 here. Do we have any ideas of the clock situation? Yes. So Anna is on 1 hour, and the opponent is on 50 minutes exactly. So Anna is up 10 minutes, which, given that the opponent was the one who surprised her in the opening, is really good. So, and it's a very tactical position, which is good for us because Anna is a very good tactical player. Thinks she likes her position quite a bit. And it's also like the implication that, a draw is not that bad here for Anna against 2400. So Black not only has to find a good move to play, he also has to avoid all these drawing lines, all these sacrifices. So I would be thinking that Black would play something like Queen H4. This F4 was actually a good idea. Yeah. It turns out that she had, had this plan in mind to play Bishop D4, and it looked a bit strange, kind of artificially setting up a bird structure. It actually made sense. Yeah, we got a good position out of it. I'm not sure if Black would have played a bit more accurately maybe earlier, but it actually made sense. Yeah, I agree with that. I need to check something here, so I'll be back in like 5 minutes. So be right back. Well, again, guys. Yeah, sorry for that. I was away for a bit because I had to fix an issue here in the house. Okay, what have I missed? Let's see. So bishop d4. So opponent looks like he replied with g6. And we had queen e2 and queen c7. Okay. No, it was not Drillman. It was the heating is not working for some reason. And I had to yeah. Well, it's a long story. Anyway, yeah, queen c7. Attacking the pawn on f4, I suppose. And also threatening bishop to c5. Trading the bishops. Yeah, I guess black is really keen on the idea of trading pieces here. Anna to do e5 to d4. Huh? There is nothing on e5. Do you mean bishop d4 to e5? What Gerardo is also saying? Do we really want to do that? Now imagine an endgame would be bad for us, right? I mean, if black takes, you want to take with a pawn or with a queen? If you take with a pawn, there might be queen b6 check, which wins the b2 pawn. And if you take with a queen, I guess you can just trade queens and then the b2 and c2 pawns will suddenly feel pressure with no queens, no bishops. So start running the chess engine. No, like heating for me is fine because I have an electric heater, but I'm paying for heating, so it should work. It doesn't work. Take with a pawn, but then black will play queen b6 check, and will fork the king and the b2 pawn. So you lose a pawn like that. That's the problem. And also the e5 pawn is kind of a weakness. You always have to defend it. So yeah, that loses a pawn basically. Also, we don't really want to trade pieces. But as I saw Cabbage mentioned in the chat earlier, if we play like something like queen f2 or queen e3, which prevents bishop c5, that allows bishop a6. So trading the other pair of bishops. To be fair, I would prefer to keep the dark squared bishops on the board, given black's pawn structure. Although wait, I mean, if I want to attack, I want to keep the. If I want to attack, I want to keep the dark square bishop. But if I want to play an endgame, I want to keep the light square bishops. It's interesting. Getting his queen to move away. Huh? Wait, what? I don't understand. That loses a pawn, man. If you play bishop e5, they take. You take with a pawn, then they play queen to b6, and yeah. Then you can play rook b1, kick the queen, true, but you're down a pawn. If you trade queens, yeah, the problem is not your e5 pawn that much, but the problem is that black will have some nice open files for the rooks. Rook b8, perhaps bishop a6 first, and then the other rook to b8, or the other rook to c8. It's a good endgame for black. Yeah, it's tough to find a move actually. Rook f3. Rook f3 threatens. Black is threatening to win a pawn, right? So rook f3, bishop takes f4, rook h3. Cannot black plays as e5 there? You have to protect the pawn. That's the thing, right? You have to protect the pawn on f4. So you probably have to play something like g3. Bishop e5, I guess, is a move. So you might play that. I don't think it's that good. I don't think we want to trade these bishops. I think we want to play something like queen e3 here and trade the other bishops and keep the dark swords pair for now. Although maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe g3 is the best move. Interesting, though. Looks like the opponent has managed to kind of stave off the attack. I mean, sure, if white plays like 3 moves in a row, we can checkmate, right? I mean, we can play rook f3, rook h3, and rook takes h7. And that would be winning because black cannot take because of queen h5 with checkmate. But the problem is black can also move. The problem is black is threatening that pawn on f4, so that is actually very important because we have to spend a move. We have to spend a move defending the pawn. Why not f5? Well, f5, first of all, black can take on h2. And secondly, black can take on f5 with a pawn. And what are we really doing? So that loses 2 pawns. Maybe we do have some compensation, though. Maybe f5 is not that terrible. However, black can also play e5. So, yeah, that would probably not be very good, right? Imagine you play e5 with tempo, then you play e4 with tempo, and then you take with a bishop on f5 or something. So, yeah, f5, it looks like a move you'd make in a blitz game, perhaps, but it's probably not that great. Queen 1 up and threatening is queen with bishop. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's probably a good move. Because you want to defend the pawn. You want to defend the pawn on f4. That's been attacked right now. So this is move 16. I'm not sure if this tournament has a time control or not. Not sure if anyone has checked that. But they're playing quite slowly. I think the opponent has about 14 minutes. And yeah. Taking most of the time in the opening moves. I mean, it is quite a crucial position, to be fair. Yeah, Anna's on 35 minutes. So. You think it does? Okay. So there is a time control at least. How the camera went... what the quality got degraded for me. Like the video is now like 360p or something. Probably my internet. But I can't see the clocks where I was able to see them before. So yeah, I'm getting a little bit low on time. I think queen e3 is a good move though. I think c3 will play it eventually. g3 looks a bit... You don't really want to play g3. Like, g3, you basically block the third rank for your pieces. So you get rid of any rook lifts. Maybe Anna wants to play some idea like queen e3, and then let's say black plays something like bishop a6, then maybe we could play like g4. Try and push the pawns, as she likes to do, like g4, f5, some sort of that kind of idea. Maybe you need a rook on e1 as well to stop the e5 move that I was talking about earlier. But imagine like if we could somehow do this kind of formation with queen on e3, rook on e1, and then play g4 and f5. That would be a nice thing. Of course, I played like 5 moves in a row. But I don't see how black can stop this easily. And I don't really mind trading off the light squared bishops in this kind of structure. Looks a bit loose with the pawns there, because I might have to take with the pawn on d3, but as long as I'm not losing any material, it should still be okay, I guess. The good thing about black playing queen c7 is that now there is no bishop e7, bishop f6 plan. So our bishop on d4, if we play queen e3, it could survive for a bit longer. Yeah, exactly. Something like that, yeah. Queen e3, rook a1, bishop c3, maybe something like that, yeah. Bishop c3, you have to be careful of bishop c5 all the time. So you should be careful to not blunder your queen there. But I think this is like we should play somehow like that. Maybe queen f2 is maybe an idea instead of queen e3 as well, because that way the queen can go to h4 at some point. So yeah, lots of. I think here, if I was playing with the white pieces, I would probably just decide between f2 and e3 for my queen. I don't really want to play g3, as I said, and I don't really want to play bishop e5, and I don't see any other moves. So with queen f2, I allow e5, but e5 is not really what black wants to do, right? I mean, e5 I will just take with the pawn, and then suddenly in this endgame, you have an isolated pawn, and your bishop is on the color of the pawn. So white should be better there, unless I'm blundering a pawn, which I don't think I am, because my queen's on f2, so I can play c3 at the end of the line, right? So queen f2, e5, takes, c3. And basically my plan is to blockade the pawn, play rook d1, play at some point rook d4 or queen d4, and play against this pawn on d5. And I've gotten rid of my quote-unquote weakness on f4. So if you play e5, then white is probably better. What is black's plan? So black wants to trade some pieces. Ideally, he wants to trade both bishops, especially the dark squared bishop, because that's very strong right now, looking at all the dark squares. And then bring the rooks to the b8 and c8 squares and pressure these pawns. That is probably black's plan. And another more long-term plan where he would also have to get the queens off is to play f6 and e5 and create a passed pawn in the center. Just curious, what's my rating? My rating is around 2000 FIDE. Online, it's like 2400. Yeah, so that's probably black's plan. So black right now is threatening the move bishop c5, which trades off our bishop. And that's why I'm thinking queen f2 or queen e3 are probably best moves. Could also play, well, black is also threading the pawn on f4. I forgot to mention that. So black has a couple of threads which can be defended in a couple of ways. Anna is taking her sweet time picking between these moves. Maybe she doesn't really like either of those, and she's just deciding, which one is less bad, I guess. But I don't think that her position is that bad. I actually like her position still. Okay, GM Conti fancies rook a e1, bishop f4, rook takes f4. Okay, so we sacrifice the exchange. And then bishop e5, queen g5, rook a f1. Yeah, the problem there is, black probably can play something like f6, rook f7, and defend. And you're just on the exchange. This f6 move is always possible. Like, it's not, I don't think there will be any tactics where we checkmate on the dark squares. Like that. So maybe sacrificing like that is a bit strange. Bishop f6. Yeah, but it doesn't let us drop a pawn. So bishop f6, bishop takes f4. You want to sacrifice again, right? And then just rook f1. And let's say I move my queen away. Let's say queen d6 or something. Queen d6, then you play like queen e3 and rook somewhere, and then rook e8, and then queen a6, queen f8, and again black is on time. Yeah, this might be interesting. I don't think it should work for white though. How is Anna doing? She's doing quite all right, I would say. She has a good position. I think the engine would say this is about equal. She's a bit down on the clock. She's been thinking for quite some time on this move, so tough decision. But I would say the position is not that bad so far. She's doing very well. It's just a balanced position. The chances for both sides, let's say. Hello, Matthew. Welcome. Good evening. What is this badge? First, oh god, I have to translate that from Greek. I guess premiere, you could say, of second season of Arcane. I have no clue what that is. Congrats on the badge. Yeah. So yeah, we're doing fine. Anna is down to about 30 minutes though. Arcane is like a series on Netflix from Riot Games based on League of Legends. Oh, that's cool. So what, do they have like the heroes of League of Legends? It's kind of their backstory and stuff like that. It'd be interesting. 24 minutes. Wow, time flies. It's down to 24 minutes, guys. Okay, cool. Is it a nice series? Do you like it so far? Or is it just, to sell merch and stuff like that? Did I know what I said about bishop f6? So I was saying bishop f6, bishop f4, rook f4, queen f4, rook f1, queen d6, queen e3, rook e8, queen h6, queen f8, and black defense. Yeah, I'm sorry if you didn't follow that. Unfortunately, I can't put arrows on the board. But yeah, the point is that black will always be able to somehow defend the dark squares. There is no checkmate. And there is always, again, this f6 move. It is in between good and great. Okay, so it's enjoyable. Okay, nice. I'm here, yes. I'm just munching on some fruits. So I don't think you want to hear that. But yeah, it's down to like 25 minutes, 22, 23, something like that. Rook F, yeah, this line is interesting. It's definitely got some potential. I don't want to turn on the engine. But yeah, we might be able to sacrifice the exchange. Rook F, the problem is black has this. Like, the problem is black has this pawn moves like e5 at some point. And you might be too slow. I don't know, maybe rook f3. If you want to play like rook f3, there is e5 and rook h3 is covered by the bishop. But this is definitely an interesting idea. She might go for it, actually. Okay, it looks like she played c3. So she's like, okay, I keep my bishop on d4. I allow bishop c5. But at least I'm making my pawn structure a little bit more solid. Maybe bishop c5, then she wants to play queen e3 and take with a queen. Now the question is, what happens if black takes the pawn? Do we still make the sack? That could be an idea, right? c3, and then if bishop takes f4, then we play like the guy in chat said, GM Kanti fun. This is quite how Kanti also plays, right? He likes to go for these sacrifices and tactics. So if bishop takes f4 now, we might consider to sack the exchange. And then the other rook comes in, queen d6. And then what? Rook f3. Rook f3 might be a bit too slow. Probably we need like yeah, rook f1, queen d6, and then I'm trying to think of the follow-up. Like, how do you continue the attack? Do you go bishop f6? Maybe. Or bishop e5 even. Just kick the queen away. And then queen e3. A3 is always queen a7 trading the queens there. Thank you for the 40-month sub, Adam. Welcome. Let's go,
Let's
Anna.
go, Anna.
Yes, let's support her in this first game. This is playing against I am Sebastian Felipe Sanchez, or Sanchez. I guess the Latin American. You don't use the fu in Latin American, right? What was the opening? The opening was a Taiman of Sicilian. So Sicilian with e6, knight c6. Bishop takes f4 seems wrong. Well, it does kind of feel wrong because it opens the position for us, right? So it gives us a lot of counterplay. But I really like the idea of sacrificing the exchange, but I just cannot make it work. Maybe Anna, with her superior tactical vision, can help me. And maybe she has calculated, and maybe that's what she was calculating, you know? Maybe she was calculating, you know, if he takes the pawn, because that's like the kind of obvious move to play, then I will sack the exchange. But I sense that the opponent will not take on f4. It looks very risky, right? I mean, it's not the kind of move you want to play against low-graded player. Because there even might be some kind of forced draw, like down the line or something. I'm just going to the website to see the time. So Anna has 21 minutes and 40 seconds on her clock, and the opponent is running down his clock from 36 minutes. Do I know my voice is going in and out? No. It should be fine, right? I mean, like or something. Can you play bishop e5 in bishop f4 for queen f4? Yes, you can play bishop e5, but the opponent will just move the queen somewhere. Let's say, I don't know, queen g5 or something. Bishop d6 and bishop b5. Interesting. Okay, yeah, that's an interesting move. Yeah, I like it. I'm not sure if it works because queen g5, you can't, like bishop d6, rook e8, bishop b5, rook d8. Oh, there's bishop c7 there. So maybe you play bishop, you play rook d8 directly, and then on bishop c7, rook d7. And I think Black saves himself. But it's an interesting line. It might work somehow. Right. Also, yeah. Also, what Kabaj is saying is true. Like Black can just give back the exchange and be up a pawn. So maybe bishop d6 doesn't really work. Like Black would just move the bishop, I guess. And then if you take, you're just a pawn down. So that might be the refutation, true. But definitely the idea of sacking the exchange it looks like it's the right move somehow. Even though I still cannot really figure out what's going on. Maybe the idea is indeed to... The problem is if you win the exchange back, you also need like something more. Maybe it's something like... Maybe some endgame where we are a pawn down, but you know we have pressure on like f7 or something. I don't know. But as Milan is saying, I also don't think the opponent will take the pawn. I mean, Anna calculated like 20 minutes or so, or even more maybe, for this move. So, I guess he will assume that he has seen something and play something else. Or maybe that's not how Twin 300s play. They actually calculate. That's how I play. Like, if I was Black, I would be scared and not even bother about bishop takes f4. And play something like bishop c5. Trading pieces. I mean, black's plan is to trade pieces here. Bishop c5 makes a lot of sense. Bishop takes f4, grabs a pawn. Okay, if it's good, you're up a pawn. But if it's bad, then you might even lose the game. Or even a forced draw is, again, it's a bad result for black. Because he's 200 points high rated. Okay, looks like Anna is bothered by something. She's laughing at something, I don't know. f6. f6 and e5. That's true because your queen covers the 7th rank, huh? So you don't. So I don't have any bishop takes g6 ideas. Right. Yeah, it could also be a move. But again, maybe you do want to play, yeah. You do want to play e5 there. I mean, I could always play like queen f3 to kind of stop e5. It looks a bit awkward though. Like black will probably just play bishop b7 or something. And then again, we're struggling. Yeah, f6 is definitely interesting for black. Let's see. We're getting down to the time scramble part of the game. We have number 16, and both players are about to go below half an hour. So very, very slow-paced game so far. I think that's good for Anna, since he's used to this kind of long time scrambles. So he can play very good moves on low time. Most of the time. Maybe a4. That's no I didn't think about. Yeah, you could play a4, I guess. That could do a lot of things. Yeah, a4 is... Yeah, sure, you can play a4. Now, do you want to put the pawn on a4 rather than a5? What are you gaining by this, is the question. Because I might say that, I'll play a3 and then try to win that pawn somehow, like bishop b5. But if I play a3, my pawn on b2 is very weak, so maybe a4 does have a point. There's lots of ways black can go about here, I think. I would play bishop c5 because I don't like that bishop on d4. But there is f6. There is taking the pawn. I don't really think he will take the pawn, but it is a possible move. Moving the bishop makes sense. Bishop d7, bishop b7. Guarding d5 in advance of playing f6 and e5. You can play f6 immediately. I think f6 is probably the engine move here. So we're to bet. But my move would be bishop c5. Wenzen said, yeah, exactly. That's why I was saying like black will probably be afraid to go into these lines because even repetition is not good when you're 200 points high rated. So it is he needs to find a winning plan. So pawn grabbing is probably out of the question for now. Something to remember here is that this pawn will be hanging on the next move as well, right? So imagine if black plays something like bishop d7, as Matthew is saying. The pawn is still hanging, so black can take on f4 at a later moment, and this threat will always be there, so white will maybe have to spend a move anyway to defend that. So I think black will make a developing move here. Something like, yeah, bishop somewhere, bishop d7, maybe a4, maybe bishop c5, maybe f6. All of these moves are possible. He's thinking for some time as well. These guys are taking their time. He's down to 27 minutes now. Anna has 21. So, unscramble coming up. Okay, so queen c6 has been played. It looks like black wants to play the bishop to a6, right? That is probably why he played that. So he probably wants to trade off the light square bishops. And then, yeah, the score command, the problem is that you do that by somehow like the starting number, and then some people drop out before the first round, and the starting number gets messed up. So I'm sure Scrooge will have it fixed by tomorrow. So yeah. Because Rishi Vijaya Kumar is the guy who is playing. Oh, he's not playing at all, actually. Thought I saw his name somewhere, but no. Okay, yeah. It will be fixed though tomorrow. I mean, it's the first round, so the score is 0 out of 0 for everyone. But okay, Queen C6. So he wants Bishop A6. Will we see G4? I wouldn't be surprised. What is our opponent's starting to trade pieces? So let's push the pawns before it's too late, right? So the opponent not only doesn't take the pawn, but he also moves away from attacking the pawn. So that's kind of a minor victory, I'd say. Like we scared him off taking that pawn, at least. H4. Wow, you guys really want to all this Anna-Maja fans, man. All they want to do is push every pawn in the position. And then I have to stand here and refute all these crazy moves. It's not an easy job. What about H4? What about G4? I have no clue. I mean, H4, it actually doesn't look too bad. G4 doesn't look too bad either, to be fair. Like, the more I see these pawn pushes, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can we just push every pawn here? Like, Queen C6, okay, sure, he wants to trade off the bishop, right? But what if we can push all of our pawns? Where is the timer? Okay, the timer is not available, but I can tell you that Anna has 18 minutes and the opponent has 26 minutes. I mean, yeah, H4 could look bad in a sense that, you know, the opponent might play H5 and then you just left with a whole on G4. But the thing is, there are no knights to take advantage of the square. If Black's plan is to trade pieces anyway, it cannot be too bad, right? I was waiting for Kabas to try and refute H4, but he hasn't spoken yet, so maybe it's a good move. G4 is maybe even more exciting. I don't know. Queen C6, I think the point is to play Bishop A6. Like, somehow Black really wants to trade away his bishop on C8. Because I guess he thinks that is his bad bishop. Or because he thinks he can trade the other bishop more easily, since Bishop C5 pins it. So, oh, wow, Screws is still awake. And fixed the command. Wow, thank you, Screws. 1800 strength. Yeah, 1800. The moment F4 was played, any queen set play with C4. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because this Black who is playing there. But Queen C6 is exactly as Rinky said. Just Bishop A6 the plan. Oh, there's a mega team battle. Oh, I totally forgot about that. Wow. Yeah, it's better. I usually lose all my rating there anyway. How are you doing, Scrooge, in the team battle? Is it pawn pushing time also? Is Anna trying to move the pieces with her mind? Maybe, you know? We used to have this show when I was a kid. It was called how was it called? Something Yuri Geller. So Yuri Geller was like this guy who could move spoons and stuff like that, bend spoons and stuff like that. And then the show was like a talent show for magicians. It was quite funny. I remember there was some guy on that show, and he tried to do like really dangerous stuff, and at some point they had brought this Yuri Geller guy as a judge, and he was like, "No, what are you doing? You're endangering yourself." And it was really funny. Like, all of this. My boy Magnus Giri drew an FM. Congrats, congrats. Oh, the board command also needs updating. Such. I guess wrong board. He must be banned for a t-shirt? Why? What happened? Yuri Geller hit the wall on James Roundy, so... Oh, is he famous outside of Greece? I guess, yeah, he's not Greek. But that was kind of a gimmicky show. Like, I don't think other countries also had it. The pose... The pose is like this. Like, it's literally that emote. Just without the hearts. Oh, did he die or what? I don't know. This was like when I was a kid, so that's a long time ago, like 15 years or so. 14 minutes for Anna. Anna sounds different. Oh no. Hey, my name also starts with Anna. Not my username though. Let's see. I think it's pawn pushing time. We want to see some pawns moving. I got excited. The chat got me excited for G4 and H4. Oh, his magic fires did. Oh no. I thought as you get more experienced in magic, at least that's what Harry Potter taught me, right? Because Dumbledore was the most powerful, right? And he was like an old dude. So yeah, like, you would think it doesn't work like that. Oh, here we have the FM drawer.
Go Anna.
Hello, my little Magnus Giri. Thank you for the sub, and congrats for your draw against the FM. How do you know? Someone told me. A little bird told me. Rook f3. No pawns this time. Imagine I'm rooting for pawn pushing and she doesn't do it. The one time. The rook f3 is not a bad move though. Of course, we want to lift the rook. You know, Anna has been going to the gym lately. She's been doing some lifting, so he's, you know, she wants to show that she can lift. So I guess this activates the rook. Possibly going for h3. I'm a bit scared about e5 if the rook goes to h3, but rook f3. Do I think I can multitask, commentate, play the mega team battles and then? Probably not. Probably not. Because I would think my stream will crash or something, or my PC will crash. Or I will flag the game. That's something. And you can see he instantly played bishop a. So he had a plan in mind. Let's see what Anna's plan was, because obviously she saw that this would be Black's next move, right? So she takes on a6, okay. But why did we put the rook on f3? I want to see the points. So we trade off these bishops. Let's see what black will retake with. Anna, by the way, is down to 11 minutes. Her opponent has 24 right now. So, and we are on move 18. Feels like this is going to peter out to a draw. I wouldn't say so. I mean, pieces are getting traded, but the pawn structure is quite asymmetric, so I don't think it's not like, okay, of course, if the pawn structure was symmetrical, then maybe, but even a rook endgame here, I think at least black will play it out. And he took with the rook, so he doesn't want a trade of queens. Which might be good for Anna, because I think that trade of queens can only be good for black here. Like the queens on the board. The only thing is, yeah, I actually like the idea of keeping the queens for us, because now she can play rook h3. Does black take on f4? Can you take on f4? The thing is, there is no e5 anymore on rook h3, so maybe we can start with something like rook a to f1, and then try to play rook h3, and then try to somehow bring the pieces in. Wait a minute. Isn't there like queen h5? So imagine if the f4 was protected, right? Then we could play like rook h3 and then queen h5, and he cannot take because rook g3 is mate. That's actually interesting. Huh. Yeah, there are some tactical ideas here. I think on rook h3 he can take on f4 though, unfortunately. And then g3 is forever covered. Let's see. This is still interesting. h4. Now with the trades, I think h4 is less likely to happen. Because h4 just black just goes h5, and you don't have a light squared bishop anymore to attack g6. So you're just left with a weak pawn on h4. And now that you only have one pair of bishops on the board, you have to remember that putting pawns on dark squares might be bad. Hello, Blue Boy. Welcome. Good morning or good evening, whatever. How is it looking? The position looks kind of balanced, I would say. Anna has like little time. She has like 9 minutes right now. We are on move 18 still. So she still has to make 22 moves in these 9 minutes. But the position for now is good. So let's see. She needs to find a plan. And I think that also is why black kept the queens on the board. Because he doesn't want an endgame. He wants the position to be complicated. He wants to play on Anna's time trouble, I think. I think that is his plan here. Of course, he also has some kind of chess plan as well, like rook b8, bishop c5 is still on the cards, a4 is still on the cards. He can try to go for some kind of these ideas. But yeah, I guess his main idea here is to hope that Anna makes a mistake somehow and over pushes. That's why now I think pawn pushes are less. We missed the window for the pawn pushes. Like the window for the pawn pushes was like 2 moves ago. Imagine if now our pawn was already on h4, then maybe h5 would be a good move. But now on h4, black goes h5. And c goes for king h1. Okay. That's a cool move. King h1. If he allows a perpetual, will she happily take it? Probably. I would say so, yeah. Unless the position is winning, of course. King h1, she wants to kind of step out of any pins. So the idea is to answer bishop c5 with simply bishop takes c5. And after queen takes c5, the rook is hanging. So preventing the trade of bishops. She wants to keep her strong bishop on the board. So a good move, I would say, king h1. Also, maybe it's preparing some kind of rook g1 and g4, but that maybe is too far-fetched for to happen. But this king h1, I actually like this move. Looks like a good move. The downside of king h1 is that the king might be one step further away from the action in a potential endgame. But as I said, we are still on move 18, so I don't think the endgame should be the biggest priority right now. It is going to be maybe Black's idea in a few moves to trade down to an endgame, like some kind of rook b8 and queen b5, I could imagine. But I actually like this move, king h1. I missed this, by the way, but it is a good idea, I think. Yeah, it's a prophylactic move, as Blue Boy is saying. This tournament, ELO will be seen in January, correct? What is the time? Yeah, it is hard to read the clock. I am reading it from the official site. Anna has 7 minutes and 26 seconds. The opponent is on 23 minutes. The time control is 90 plus 30 with a 15-minute increment on move 40. But we are on move 19, so that is quite a long time from now. Push f5 plus suck the rook. Wow, some aggressive plan. Well, it's black to move, so yeah. I'm sure your plan is nice, but there is also an opponent playing. Yeah, his position is still complicated, which is not the best to hear when you have 7 minutes. But we trust in Anna and her time pressure skills. White's actually winning, okay. Rook c8 plus sack bishop on b4 plus what? Huh? I don't understand. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Think I know what you mean. That doesn't work though. Because white will take the queen, and when you give your back rank, there is rook f1 or bishop g1. Both defend the back rank. So yeah, that's imaginative. He did play rook c8, in fact, which is funny. But, well, first of all, Anna is not obliged to take. And secondly, yeah, this is not a mate in the end. So rook c8 has been played. Let's see. So I guess the idea is just queen c4 here. He just wants to play queen c4 or bishop c5, and he's preparing for the assault on the c5 maybe. I would go rook af1 still. I think Anna played king h1 in part to play some kind of g4, but or h4 even. But I think bringing the last piece into the game cannot be bad, right? And Sebastian has now about 16 minutes on his clock, and Anna is on 7. So she needs to be quick. Let's see what she comes up with. Rook af1 is like the obvious natural move, yes. So it's bringing the last piece into the game. It's move 20. Preparing some kind of lifts. Push f5, that is a bit too risky. Don't need to be risky here. We are not losing. We can keep a solid position. I think she's a bit worried that on rook af1 there might be queen c4 attacking the a2 pawn. But I think queen takes a2 is a bit too much for black, and we could sacrifice this. Maybe. Maybe like queen f2, queen h4 or something. You're also similar position because you never developed your a1 rook. I mean, Anna is not exactly the biggest fan of developing all her pieces. But I think she will do it here. g4 might be interesting. And chaotic. But do we really need to do it with 5 minutes? It might be good. The good thing about king h1 is that this kind of moves don't open file to your king. If we have 2 free moves, queen e5, queen h8 mate. But, okay, another more realistic path. Queen f2 and queen h4. And suddenly the dark squares begin to feel a bit iffy, because on bishop f8 I have queen f6. And how are you preventing the mate? g4. Yeah, it's possible. This king h1 move does kind of prepare g4 in a way. It's not a terrible move, g4. Even in an endgame, you might want that pawn up on g4 so that your king can move up. Okay, so he goes queen e1. Kind of the same idea as I said, like queen h4. So he's going for these dark squares in the king side. That's a good move. I like this move. And although I did like rook a to f1 better, Anna has a tendency to forget about her rook sometimes. But that avoids queen c4. So I guess the point is she doesn't want to trade queens here, which makes sense. Because I think in an endgame, only black could play for a win. So she doesn't want to trade queens, and she also brings the queen to a path towards the black king, so it's a good move. Oh wow, Anna's on 2 minutes. I don't understand how time flies while commentating. Like, I was like, I'm yapping for 5 minutes already, what? But Anna has like less than 3 minutes right now. The opponent is not absurdly high on time either. He's on 16 minutes. The next, quickly. Now, actually, this is on 3 minutes 51. Okay, this is a bit broken. She's on 4 minutes. Okay, I was not yapping for 5 minutes. I was yapping for like 3 minutes, maybe. Yeah, the rook on a1 has never moved, man. Makes you think if she notices it's there. But it's a good move, queen e1. Black has to think how to prevent this idea. Because now on bishop c5, I might even move the bishop. Yes. Yeah, it's quite obvious what she's trying to do, but it's not very obvious how to prevent it as as white. So yeah, I really like this. It's a really nice plan. And black is playing queen b7. What is the point? It's the point to play f5. Wait a minute. Huh? Queen h4? Queen b7 looks strange. See, instantly moves queen h4. Guys, this might be getting exciting. I am not sure what queen b7 was about. Maybe attacking the pawn on b2, but there is no way black has time to take this pawn here. And you see, she instantly played it. She knows, like, this is instinctive. Like, there is no way black has time to take that pawn here. Like, queen takes b2, and I just go queen... Wait, queen takes b2, queen takes h7. Yeah, that's probably what she saw. Queen takes b2, queen takes h7, and it's GG. So queen h4, and now black... He missed it. I think he missed it. I think by his body language, he's missed queen h7. So, yeah, so here he has to play f5, right? I mean, if not, what? f5 and on queen f6... I don't know, pray somehow. Queen e7 and pray or something. There is no way, though. Wow. Did he just miss this? Did he just miss the whole idea of the queen h4, queen takes h7? Wow. Maybe he thought the idea was queen f6, right? And it was like queen takes b2, queen h4, queen f6. I have time to take the rook on a1, and I'm winning. So he has to play something like f5, queen f6, e5. Yeah, some weird tactics. Now, Anna should not get too excited here. Should try to calculate this line. But surely this is good for white. There's no way black played like queen b7 and this tactic is somehow working for black. There's no way. At least some small advantage must be there. f5 is forced. White is threatening to checkmate. White is threatening to checkmate on dark squares. Okay, this suddenly got a lot more exciting. And Anna is on 4 minutes. He's on 12 minutes. You know, sometimes like even 2400 can miss simple mate in 2. That's crazy. You can see by his reaction when she played queen f6, he definitely said, "No, white is definitely better." Is the game over? Probably not yet. There is this tactic, yeah, with f5, queen f6, and e5. e5, and then what do we do then? I mean, worst case, we take with the bishop and we're just at the pawn, right? And the king, like this would be at least a draw. But now we are not going to settle for a draw. Now we are playing for a win. We should be playing for a win here. It's GG. Okay, some overconfident fans. I would say that Anna has a lot of chances to win, though. Like, the opponent doesn't have like a billion hours on the clock either. He pretty much has to play this and pray. I think the sooner he plays it, the better for him. Because Anna will, you know, now she's calculating on his time. Does e5 not work? e5 immediately. Takes? What do you want to do? Take on b2? Rook a f1? I'm threatening the bishop, I'm threatening f7. This is completely winning for white. Okay, Cabot says, okay, if we take the pawn and bishop e7, traps the queen? Does it? Oh yeah, because the pawn is on f5. Yeah, I was thinking queen f4, but the pawn is on f5. So yeah, we have to take with the bishop there, but then black has to take. And we're just a pawn up. Then queen takes b2, queen takes d5 check. This has to be good for white. It's just a queen endgame in which we're just the pawn up, right? Now, is this winning? I don't know. But it's definitely better for us. So let's see. He's down to 9 minutes, guys. Yeah, good to see. Guys, she's making this checkmate attack without pushing any pawns. Would you believe it? The only pawn we pushed was the f pawn. Crazy, right? I mean, almost like she is not the one playing. Yeah, but this queen b7 move is was so bad. Like, I don't know what the opponent was thinking. Like, okay, he missed queen h7. Maybe he thought he had time to take b2, but imagine if you take on b2, right? And I just move the rook. What will you play? Like rook a f1. Where is the queen going exactly? Like, where is the defense? I don't see it. Actually, so proud. I am, yes. Imagine. You don't even need the pawn pushes to win, beat 2400s. That is crazy. Yeah, he's going. The queen trap line is a bit unlikely because why would you take with a pawn? Like, why would you block your own bishop? I mean, as a friends player, of course, you want to block your bishop at the first possible moment, but as anything other than a friends player, you would take with the bishop there and keep the checkmate threat, right? Surely. You might say you don't want to trade bishops. But she will realize it, I think, that her queen has no square. She can calculate more than one move. She is not an increment. She has this 4 minutes. And the thing is that because he was shocked, because he missed queen h7, he allowed her to calculate. And now she has already figured out what to do after f5, I assume, because f5 is literally the only move. So I would expect that after f5, she very quickly plays queen f6. And then he probably plays e5. And then Anna takes a think and finds bishop takes. Are we near to the plus 15? Not at all. This is move 21. I think the game will be decided long before the time control. If she wins this on a second WGM League night, it's still the first game, guys. We have to take this game by game. But it will definitely help the pairing to make an upset in round 1. So, E overdrive, the threat is queen takes h7, queen sacrifice, and then king takes, rook h3, king g8, and rook h8 checkmate. This is a common tactic you see in Puzzle Rush. She goes f5. Okay, let's see. Okay, she doesn't go immediately for queen f6, as I thought. But I think she will play soon. Okay, she's thinking. And she goes for it. Queen f6. Yeah, quite swift. He's also on 5 minutes. So both players are on time pressure. Queen f6, and he goes e5 immediately. Now Anna has to think. She has some. She can give a check. She can give some checks. She can play queen e6 check, for instance, if she needs to make sure. She can take with the bishop, which is the most clean move. Taking with the pawn is a blunder. So she has to do pretty much anything else than take with the pawn. If she takes with the pawn, black is winning after bishop b7. So, yeah, let's see. I mean, there's always the safe option of giving a check. Queen e6 check, king f8, you can just go back and repeat to gain some time. And if king h8, then you take on e5 with the bishop with check. So you get an even better version. Yeah, take with pawn, there is bishop e7 that traps the queen. So she has to take with the bishop here. In some form or another. She might give a check first. Queen e6, yes. Okay, see, I think she has seen the queen trap. So she gives a check, gains some time. See where the black king will go as well. Will he go to f8? He does go to f8, okay. Can we take now with the pawn? It's a good question. Okay, so goes queen f6. I guess he just needed to gain some time here. Because now he has to go back, right? He has to go back to g8. If he goes to e8, you go queen h8, and you pick up the h7 pawn with check, and it should be GG because you pick up the queen. So he has to go back to g8. So Anna is basically saying, here I have a draw. So do I take the draw? He goes back to g8. Let's see. Does he take the draw? Or does he play on? Now, the only move to play on here is bishop takes e5. We're still a long way from making it to the time control. I think she will play on. I think she will play on. Let's see. And she reaches for something else on the queen, I think. Yes, bishop takes e5. Very nice. Okay, so that's the best move. And now we are up. What's the time situation? Anna has 3 minutes and the opponent has 5 minutes. And we are pawn up. The opponent has to take the bishop. There is no other move. Otherwise, it's just mated. And we have to take with the queen. So a lot of forced moves coming up. We reach move 26. So there's 14 minutes to 14 moves to the time control. And it's a clean pawn up for white. Or rather, wait, it's not. What am I saying all this time? I thought white was a pawn up, but we sacrificed the pawn. No, we didn't. No, we are a pawn up. Okay. I'm not blind. Okay. Bishop e5. And queen e5. Swiftly played, getting some more time on the clock. So, white is a pawn up. Yes, I know how to count. The pawn on d5 is very, very weak from all these shenanigans. Therefore, white should be winning post-jump? I don't know. I think it's like plus 0.7. I like the specific evaluation. I would say this is a clean pawn. This is like +1 for me. Queen takes e5. Well, queen takes b2, I take on d5 with check, and then this kind of potentially be good for you. I mean, I play rook e1, and after I somehow bring the other rook to the first round, they have like rook e7 ideas. The king is wide open there. You can't really afford to lose the d pawn with check. Black's also low on time. He needs to make a decision. Okay, they did gain some time from all the repeating. So Anna is now on 3:30, and the opponent is now on 5 minutes again. 15 more moves of a bit fast-paced chess. The position is definitely better for white. There is a second time control of 15 extra minutes. So not much, but there is some kind of safety after move 40. This could become a draw somehow, but I like the decision for Anna that she's playing on, because this obviously is a better position for her. Like, black is very far away from even thinking of playing for a win here. Like, black is holding on for dear life, so definitely good decision by her to not repeat. I think she just did it to gain time. She wasn't really thinking of it. Greek GM lost on virtual. Yeah, so he's a strong guy. I'm not familiar with his opponent. Yes, on 2260. Beat yeah, the GMs are doing quite well in general in this tournament so far. However, yeah, this was an upset, and Anna might have another upset here. I don't think realistically that she can lose here if she doesn't blunder gravely, which she doesn't really do that often, especially from a position of strength. So this is definitely a potential upset so far. And no matter if it's a draw or a win, it will be a great start to the tournament. Of course, we want her to win, but it's really nice start, regardless. The only upset will be Sebastian. But he's about to flag right now. He's on 2 minutes. And you can see his body language. He doesn't look very happy with what he's seeing on the board. He's surviving for now, but he's it's hard to come up with moves here as black. Look like his pieces are very awkward. Because you are attacking the weak queenside pawns, but white was the one to break in through first. Rook b6 was played. So, and now it's Nordic, by the way. Now I think we really laughed at Black's doubling. Just be free. I think that's the best. We're like, okay, nice doubling. Sure. What are you going to do now? This pawn is very, very well protected by. I worry that black would break through on the king side. Now, is b3 the best? I'm not sure, but I think it's the most logical. Is it better now? I'm back. Yeah, so I was saying that b3. She's playing it good. b3, and let's go. He moves immediately. What did he play? Queen d7. Okay, so he wants to play a4. I think that is the plan. Yeah. Maybe it's time we remembered about the rook on a1. I'm thinking something like, wait, does rook e1 work? I think yeah. a4. Oh, a4 for black, I assume, yeah, because a4 for white blunders a pawn. Yeah, I guess a4 is the point. So maybe queen d4? Question mark to prevent that? Do we? All trades are good for us. Probably they should be. We're up a pawn. Although they do say that all rook endgames are drawn, but I think white should be winning this rook endgame if we trade queens. I think black's idea might be rook e6. Try and get into the file. So rook e1, very nice. Very nice move. And now, I assume black will play a4. Okay, as Cabbage is saying, it would be good to keep at least a queen and a rook on the board. So we might want to trade just one pair of rooks or something. And he does not go for a4, he goes rook d6 instead. Which I'm a bit weirded by, because now there's queen d4 and we hold everything. Queen d4. Just preventing a4, preventing d4. So goes rook d3. Okay. So the idea of a4 still there. But maybe she likes her queen on e5, which makes sense. It's a good placement. And he triples up, going rook d8. 8. Exactly. I'm not sure a massive trade on d4 is good for black at all. It's just rook e5 at the end, and we just pick up the a pawn and win, right? And this pawn structure with a pawn on f5 is bad for black. Like in a rook endgame with an extra pawn on the edge, you don't want to have this structure. You want to have the inverse of it. You want to have f7 g6 h5 rather than h7 g6 f5. So even that might be winning. And she's going rook d4. I'd really prefer the queen there, but the rook maybe is also good. Well, this is move 30, by the way. So 10 more moves on that time trouble. Anna is on 1 minute. The opponent is on... Yeah, the engine wants the queen on d4. This is the... Of course, the queen belongs on d4, not the rook. You want to double on the open file, right? So rook d4 is a bit strange. Because where is your queen going? Like, black will probably try something like king f7 and then rook e6 or rook e8. Yeah. Oh, that loses. How? Rook d5? Maybe. This should be winning for white. I agree, this should be winning for white. Eventually, we can even try and play c4 at some point in some kind of endgame. Especially if the queens are traded. Like, if white could not trade queens, then it's just as simple as doubling on the d-file and playing c4 and GG. So, this is very close to being winning. Anna's looking at us a little bit, saying, does the chat enjoy this? And yes, we do. What happened? Wait a minute. Okay, the side is glitching here a bit for me. Hello, Rookie. Hello, and hello, Nicola. Welcome back. If we trade a queen and a rook, is the rook ending? It should be winning, yes. The d-pawn is just too weak. Okay, he goes for queen to c6. Attacking on c3. I would really like to see queen back to e3 here. I don't really think our queen is doing that much. And queen should be behind the rooks, right? Intuitively. You want to play queen e3 or something. And you also want to play h3 at some point, as Kabat said, to not get back ranked. Because we are still in time trouble mode. Okay, Anna is lifting the other rook, maybe, with rook e3. Please considering it. Thank you, Nicola, for the gift to Rookie. Thank you so much. In this tense moment, rook e3. Anna has to be careful not to flag here. I think, yeah, rook e3 and now just, what, bring the king? Okay, king f7. We can give a check. We can give a check to gain some time. Give a check and go back. And win 2 moves. Let's go. Quick! Quick! See, 1800 strength, thought the same idea as me. Okay, maybe she wants to keep the check. Does black want to trade? Okay, she goes for h3. Now, does black go for rook e6 to trade everything? Or rook e8? That is the question. I think that is black's best chance, because now the problem is the king might be too far away for white. Is this a draw? I'm not sure. I would say white still has a lot of chances. It might be one of his endgames that the computer says is a draw, but in practice it's never a draw. Because black's pawn structure is not well, it's not good for a rook endgame. This f7, this f5 push is suspicious. However, white's king is on h1. So we still... Okay, he does go rook e6. So we have to take, this is forced. We cannot, yeah, queen takes, rook takes, king takes. And now I would play king h2. Just king h2 and try to infiltrate. Just try to infiltrate because black's king is stuck on e6. This has to be winning. I think this is winning. Even c4 immediately could be. No, maybe c4 is too much, but c4 rook d6 and yeah. The king is still too far away. King h2, king h2. King h2. The thing is, king h2, if you go rook c8, I can always take. King h2, rook c8, I can always go c4. And if you take, I take with the rook. This should be good for us. She just needs to play king. Surely king g1? But don't we want to go to h4, g5? Then we want to go that route. If we are preparing for a pawn endgame. King h4 is then g4. g4? I'm threatening to take and king h5. So he goes c4. I don't like keeping the king on h1. Yeah, rook d6. I don't like keeping the king on h1. Well, the good thing is that we can never lose this. Like, the chance that White loses here is 0%. The bad thing is we still have to make 4 more moves. I still want to play king h2 here. She takes on the... Okay, that's... Now that might be a draw. Rook takes d5. Taking has to be bad. Or does it? Huh. I would not take here. I would probably play rook a4, but... Yeah, keeping the king on h1. Why? There was no rush to play c4 there. She takes. Wow. Okay. So now it's a pawn ending. So now the pawn ending is either a win or a draw. And I think it's a draw, because there's no way this king on h1 is winning. Unless there is like an obvious strategic advantage. Even black might win here. Like, so wait a minute. This might get dangerous. I mean, there's always a3 and b4 and this is a bit strange technique, I would say. a3, that's the correct move, because you don't want the king to go to c5. You just said black can't win. Well, I assume that she wouldn't trade rooks for the king on h1, man. This is some strange technique. But yeah, I don't think she can lose still. I think this is probably a draw. But now this is looking a bit like king d4. Oof. King d4 is tough. This is just time trouble. Yeah. Move 38 is now. Move 38 for black. The time is kind of increment for both, I think. Well, black has a little bit more than increment, actually. Black has 2 minutes. And Anna is playing classic Anna-Maja time management. Is 5 seconds on the clock. Which is probably why she traded everything instead of playing more calmly. Is it a draw with FGH on both sides with our king on h1? I'm a bit concerned about it. It should be a draw because somehow we will keep the opposition. But yeah, this should be a draw, but we have to be a bit accurate. I mean, okay, so we'll get 15 minutes extra to figure out. So yeah. She just was thinking about position from before, so I think it's... What? Huh? I didn't understand. I mean... She could have drawn with perpetual check earlier. I don't think she will be that happy with a draw. Like, she could literally have made a draw on the spot. She played on, and now she's a bit in trouble, but I think she should still be able... there was no reason to trade rooks. That is the thing. Like, worst case, just keep the rook on the 4th. And like, there's no reason to trade rooks with a king on h1. You can bring the king and then you can think about trading rooks. So, she definitely has a look of thinking the position that were and not that is. Yeah, that is true. And yeah, okay, king h2. Now it's too late for king h2. King h2, king c3, and you have to play b4, right? b4, move 40, and allowing rook e6. I still think this endgame is winning. I might be very foolhardy there, but I think this endgame, or at least practically winning. This is a dead draw, by the way. The king goes to h4. So king g3, king somewhere, king h4, h6, g4, and it's a dead draw. Even I can draw this, imagine. The endgame with the queens and rooks was definitely missed. Yeah, I think that's why some people said the computer wanted the queen to be the blockading piece. So that's why you put the queen on d4, you double the rooks. And then worst case, maybe you have like a queen endgame. With a queen on d4, this should be winning. It's hard to win queen endgames though. So yeah, this is a dead draw. Even Blue Boy can draw this against Magnus, as my famous line goes. But yeah, I mean, it's still a very good result. I think she kind of panicked a little bit and allowed too many trades while being up a pawn. It happens. It happens. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure if there is like a realistic method of winning, but I think better would be to put the queen on d4, try to put the rooks on the e file, because you also have some ideas with rook e7. Imagine if your rooks are doubled on the e file, then you might have some ideas like that. Or rook e6. You definitely have something here. I mean, okay, it's it's kind of fair because the opponent missed something as well, right? So it's not like Anna was winning the entire game. It was an equal position. The opponent missed a threat. Anna was better. And then she missed maybe this simplification idea. Although I still think this rook endgame should have been played out. I do not believe that black is drawing so easily. Like, instead of c4, if you just go with the king, how does black make progress? Like, king h2, and then black probably brings the king somehow. But you can never threaten any of my pawns. I just bring my king to h4, you play h6, I play g4, and then I make a second front on the king side. And then if you go to the king side, then I will play c4 and win. I think this should have been a winning endgame, but maybe I'm a bit too optimistic about rook endgames, and they are all drawn, as the old Russian proverb goes. Yeah, but the rook, and if instead of c4, king h2 there, king h2, and then maybe bring the king forwards. This position right now is a dead draw because king g3, king g3, king somewhere, king c4, let's say, king h4, h6, and the only way to make progress there is to play g4, and after g4, black probably just brings the king, and he's in time to trade everything. Actually, this is a funny line. I think both players queen here, and it's gonna be queen versus queen. Can we play g4 here? Yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe actually it doesn't need to go into this complicated line. So you can just go g4 and trade and keep the opposition. No, this is just a draw. I would play g4 and offer a draw or something. Or king g3 and offer a draw. King g3, okay. I would offer a draw here. There's no way black can win. Stalemate idea? What? Where is the stalemate? There's always g4. King h1 is starting to walk a thin line. I think it's still a draw though, because worst case you can just go g3, and you have the opposition at some point to keep the pawns protected. You'd have to make more blunders after king h1. But yeah, if you play king h1, I would not accept the draw. Oh, the stalemate idea is king d4, king c3, king e3, king... Oh, yeah. This is also a thing. But okay, you can just take. And it should be...
Hello, good morning.
Hello, Blue. Good morning.
So
How do you
I
feel?
suppose this is a draw, 3 versus 3.
This should be a draw, yeah. I think
That's pretty good.
I think the line is like both players queen or something. So it will be queen versus queen, maybe.
Oh no.
But it should be easy, like the moves are forced. You should be able to do it. You know, pawn endgames, you can calculate like 20 moves in advance very easily, because there's nothing else except pawns to...
True.
How do you feel about the g-pawn being the last thing that has never moved in the game? How often do you see that
Because when she
in
does
Anna-Maja
move,
games?
it's going to be decisive. And that decision may be a draw, but it will be decisive.
I think it's the only game.
What?
I think it's the only game of Anna that I've seen that this has happened. Like, she's moved everything except the g-pawn.
This might be true. But okay, this is, yeah, I see. It is almost not worth pushing for things, but of course we're going to try. I see we have added time, so it's only 15 minutes. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, just so that you don't flag, I guess.
Do they get more, or is this the only added time?
I don't think so, no.
Right. All right, cool.
Usually
She
it's
looks like
30
she just
minutes,
wants
I
to
don't
go
know.
home, I think.
Yeah. I think she's thinking I missed the chance here to say if it was winning or not. But I didn't see like a clear tactic as winning. It's just, pawn up, pushing, maybe like +1 point something, or I don't know.
I don't think it was. Okay, after like queen e5, it looked good, but. I mean,
I think she needed to move the queen back to d4 to blockade that pawn with the queen rather than the rook, and put the rooks on the e file.
Oh.
But again, this is easy to say from from your chair.
Of course.
To play with 30 seconds is.
I still think her decision was pretty good to trade everything and have it safe instead of.
I would keep. The problem is in the endgame, you should never trade into a king and pawn endgame.
When your king
with
is
your
on
king
h1.
on the corner, exactly. You
Yes.
can keep your rook on the 4th rank and bring the king. Okay, it might still be a draw, sure, but why complicate matters? Where you are up a pawn, your opponent can never win. So,
but she was really low on the clock, and I think she chose the safer way out. Which is actually a very good decision too, because opponent is much higher rated. If it was a lower rated opponent, no way Anna-Maja would trade everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's why that's a bad move. You don't change your moves based on who you're facing.
True.
Like if she was playing this against me, she would play rook a4 and try to win the rook endgame. So You have to play like objectively the position, not the player.
I mean, draw is a good start, good result
It is.
for her.
It is,
too.
of course. It is, of course. I'm not saying it's bad, but yeah, so it's a great start actually because you also get good pairings for next round. You will
Right.
play someone around 2300 again.
True. It also increases norm chances.
Yeah,
she's already faced one IM. She just needs to.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. King H4 played.
King H4. Let's see what black does. King move or H6. You can mouse sleep with H5 and lose as black.
If H5 king, oh sorry, H5 is played.
No, H5 is terrible. Like H5 is blunders the position.
Yeah, H5 king.
Probably King D4. I think for black here. And then you just put your king on G5 and G4 and just trade everything.
Play king D5 and we push.
Wait a
G4,
minute.
right?
Wait a minute. No, I think he has to play H6. Else it's a bit complicated.
So H6, G4. No, H6, G4, F4. Or is that too?
H6, G4, and then move king.
Oh, sorry. There's a pawn. Sorry. So H6, G4. Yeah, H6 played. So I suppose. Do we see G4 now? Yeah, she instantly plays G4.
Yes, should be just trade.
To take or not to take? I think takes, because if he doesn't take, if we take F5, we must be winning something. Okay, how do we take back?
I think Anna might try and make G5 be the last move. So she will take back with the pawn.
Maybe.
And then after king moves, then G5 and after draw.
Okay, G5 from black is bad, right? In this position.
It should be, yeah. It should be. He loses.
So
both
he doesn't have a lot of choice.
See, he has to play king somewhere. Or take. But both are draw, so yeah.
Yes.
He has to choose between two draws.
Snatching a draw from the jaws of a draw.
It is a draw, Mr. PO drive. It's 2 pawns against 2 pawns. It's literally draw. If she could teleport her king to the middle, as you were saying, that maybe white is winning. But the king is stuck in the corner. If you could play king e5, for instance,
king d4 played.
Good.
Now what do we do here?
G5.
Well, surely not
G5. G5 is good. Because G5, if black takes, you take with the king.
We take with king off, but then we're winning.
And then maybe, yeah, I don't know, maybe it's winning for white. And if H5, then it's stalemate. Or is it? Yeah, it is. King D3, king E4, king H4. And the king cannot approach. This is what Kabaj was saying. Hello, Justini. Welcome, Raiders. Thanks for the raid. Everything is a draw here, by the way. Yeah. G5 is a draw, G6 is a draw.
So, guys, everyone, welcome. This is round 1 of the Llobregat. I hope I'm saying it right. Open, which is a 10-round Swiss. Anna-Maja is facing her first opponent as an IM, and she looks to be getting a good result here. So, welcome. Bucks, please correct me if I'm wrong. Is it Llobregat?
Oh, Bucks is
the
here.
only
one. Yeah, GF5 is easier, as Nikolai is saying. I agree with that.
Okay, if
But G5 is it's just, you know, aesthetically pleasing to play G5.
wait, she plays
Yes,
G5.
yes,
That's what's
yes.
inside.
Let's go. Where's the soundboard, man?
Actually, did you see this emote?
No, wait, what image? Let me find the thing.
Oh wait, sorry, guys.
That's what's exciting.
There you go.
That's what's exciting.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, this emote had to
You
happen.
put G5.
Well, she knows it's a draw. Look, she's just so glad that she got to play G5.
Let's.
Did she offer draw though?
I think she's just smiling because
yeah. He's going for the H pawn. Does he take or not take? Come on, please take it. Just take it, bro. Damn it. He didn't take.
If you touch white pawn, you lose.
Yeah, if you touch, yeah, true.
And yeah, this is it's a nice draw because it's a stalemate. Yeah, so King G3, King E3, and then you just
King
go back to H4.
F3 draw.
And you can never. Basically, you can pre-move King G3, King H4. You can never take on F4. It's always a stalemate.
Yep.
she's literally laughing at the fact that I don't know if she's laughing at the stalemate or at the G5.
I think I think it's the G5.
Is that emote on Discord as well?
No, it's not.
Okay.
But we could add it.
Why not G5? It's still a draw after G5. It doesn't really change it. G5, black takes, then basically what happens is you take the H pawn, she takes the F pawn, and you queen at the same time. It's queen versus queen, which is a draw. But this is also a draw, so he goes for King E3, and she goes King H4. Like, surely here he should just play.
Just play King F3. Dude. There's nothing else you can do.
Imagine taking Scrooge went to bed. Yeah, I'm sure it was the soundboard, Scrooge. Even King F2 is stalemate. So black can never approach. Like, you literally just pre-move King G3, King H4. I've won sometimes in bullet like this because the opponent was trying to win, you know, and then I was pre-moving, then I stopped pre-moving. And I went down the other side or something.
He should play King F2 here.
Yeah, I guess that's a funny way to stalemate.
I would like to see King F2. No, I would like to see. Wait, black doesn't even have a losing move here.
Yeah, with your king on H4, it's a bit hard to win as well. If your king could jump and go to H6, that would be something else. But black could flag. That's one of the ways.
Oh yeah, that's another way to go. But looks like he has 9 minutes.
And do you lose by flagging if you have a stalemate in one? So yeah, probably you do, right? Because it's not, yeah. But
yeah. I mean, hey, we got.
People are not hungry here in Barcelona. Maybe it's too early. The restaurant's open. Yeah, good. Well, they could waste this 10 minutes analyzing the game or something, rather than just sitting in a dead position. But okay.
So, So I suppose the only critical, well, not only, but the main part where the game fizzled out was when Black played Rook E6 and she played H3 before it. So instead of H3, I think if she played Queen E7 check, maybe there was something.
Yes. Yeah, then she had like 3 seconds. She could have at least moved back and forth the queen to gain an extra minute or something. But I think trading the queens and the rooks there was a free stalemate.
GG.
At least he's smiling, you know. She at least got to play G5 game and it's like the pawn G5. Good. It was a good game. It was a well played game. There were some mistakes by both players, but I think Anna was never worse, which is very good against 24.
Oh yeah, she was never worse the entire game.
So yeah. And he missed his checkmate in 2, which is funny, like because that's very common tactic. But wait, Calvus, did you lip read or what? How do you know? But yeah,
we didn't have a prediction, did we?
Yes,
we did.
Oh, okay. You see, how do you tell the strong players they can communicate without words?
Okay, I suppose we can pay out.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Draw. Look at the odds. 1:454. Man bet 10 points and he won 4,540.
I also did one that once. Yeah, betting on draw is a good. It's a good bet usually. Because all the doubters are like, no, she's too bad she will lose. The believers like, no, she will beat everyone, and then you just go with a draw. And
you just go with a draw, yeah.
But even if you win like a third of the time, you win a lot of channel points.
It is Anna-Maja's game though, so boring games
like draws. And you can make an interesting draw like this one. That was an interesting game, wasn't the draw?
It was very, very well played. And she starts off the tournament very well.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know, in some ways maybe this is very good too, as opposed to win. Maybe she faces someone who's not.
With the win, she would probably face a GM.
Yeah, so
now it's probably another IM, maybe an FM. I don't know. Yeah. It's a good start. There's 8 more rounds to go. Tournament has started, and yeah. Anna-Maja has to redo handshake for the thumbnail. Okay, that is. I guess. Yeah, I guess all we have.
GG.
GG. And yeah, I think I'm going to go away. Oh no.
Easy win, yeah, very easy. Anyone could win this game.
I mean, people were saying easy win from like Wolf 10 or so.
I'm like, yeah, true. Yeah, exactly. No, she did the right choice as well. So yeah, very nice.
I like this emoji. Wait, is it with capital? It is. Okay.
No,
it is. Let's spam the emoji. we are rising we want to to have one g5 per game. That is the ideal ratio.
Sure. The rate of g5 per game should be kept high.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it from me. I'm not sure if Anna will join.
Right.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
so.
I don't know either, but thank you very much.
Yeah.
And
See you guys.
see you guys
some
tomorrow.
other time again. Is it no double rounds? Or that
Sorry?
it's like every round is at 5, right? Or 4.
4 p.m. Yeah, except the last one. Every round's at 4 p.m.
Okay. Yeah, good. Okay. See you guys. Good evening, or good night, or good morning, Blue. And
yeah.
So.
All right. Thanks, everyone. See ya.